It is it's not 5:45. It's 5:51 on the east coast of Australia, and we are 9 minutes away from the polls closing in the 2024 Tasmanian election. What I've got up currently is the results. Not the results. The tab where the results, the link to the results page will be on the TEC's site. Unfortunately for this election, I was not able to obtain the actual media feed for the Tasmanian Electoral Commission. However, so this is all we have. So throughout tonight, I will be interpreting the results manually and hopefully giving you still the fastest results possible. If we look at this page, this is the 2021 South Australian 2021 election and all of its results. Now, as all Tasmanians will know, and a decent amount of Australians, this is what results tend to look like in the Tasmanian election. All these first preferences are votes for individual candidates. Each seat in Tasmania in 2021 used to have, each electorate used to have 5 seats within it, and they would be chosen by a system of proportional representation called Hare-Clark. If you're an Australian, think of the Senate, but instead of groups, you're voting for individual candidates, which are randomly sorted for each ballot paper. So let's look at the Liberal Party. This is in the seat of Bass last time around. We have Laura Alexander on 511. We have Sarah Courtney on 2,227, etc., etc. And here is the former Premier, Peter Gutwein, on 3,200, 482. This is abnormally high because all of votes voting patterns in this system, which is shared with the ACT nowadays, this system is reliant on personal vote, and personal vote, along with the party vote, tends to coalesce around well-known people, obviously, and in this case, the party leader, of course, takes a lot of the vote, 3,200 to be more precise. So expect the party leaders to be topping that vote as well tonight. Now, if we look back, now at 6 o'clock, I will have a prediction. I believe most people should already know how this election seems to be shaping up. Most polling has had the major parties well into the 60% range, with Labour being much worse off than the Liberals, who nevertheless are still dropping somewhere in the region of 10%. So this prediction reflects that, but of course I won't say the prediction until 5 minutes from now. Now, the Tasmanian election, like many other election nights this March, won't be alone. It will also be in conjunction with the South Australian Electoral Commission and their election in the seat of Dunstan, the Dunstan by-election. Now, if we go to Dunstan, if we go to their results site, there's of course nothing there yet. The polls close at 6:30 in South Australia. But if we look at last time around, we see Dunstan. Dunstan was a very close seat last time around and housed the then Premier, now of course booted out at the last South Australian election, Premier of Stephen Marshall, who only just squeaked it in over Cressida O'Hanlon. Now, this seat has been pitted as a litmus test for how the Labour Party and the Liberals are going in this South Australian term, as it is so close. If Labour is doing well, then you might assume that they would pick up that seat. So that's what we're looking for in this state. So I also have that thankfully does not have predictions on it, but might be broken because I had to change the aspect ratio of the video before going up because YouTube was not happy. I also have 2 blank. Yep, there we go. Not happy. I have a blank screen of the results within Tasmania in a parliamentary setting. As the night goes on, these will fill with members, and if you give me 2 seconds, I will also appear on this screen. There we go. So yeah, as the results come in, the predicted seats will pop up on this screen. And on the seat by seat, I resize this as well. We will have a breakdown for each of the individual electorates. Anyway, if I finish setting this back up, now that resolution has changed, these are the 5 seats, electorates in Tasmania: Bass, Braddon, Clark, and Franklin and Lyons. And this is the screen I will be using to show those results in the 7-seat parliament. It is just gone 6 o'clock, so I will now formally show the prediction. Prediction being the Liberals will fall 3 seats short of the required amount to win the Tasmanian election. It's possible that they could fall 4 short, and it's still technically possible that they could win a majority. However, if I just adjust this to fit perfectly, there we go. However, it is very unlikely that they will be able to get to a natural majority of 18 in the current parliament. As you can see, the Jackie Lambie network on these figures would not be able to bring either group, either ALP and the Greens or the Liberal Party, to a natural majority. And if I make it work. There we go. And you can also see that the independent, this provides a sticky situation for both major parties. I've seen predictions that have reasonable predictions from closer to the election that have had the Jackie Lammy network on 4 seats, and that is very much possible. It is very hard to model, in fact, 5 of these seats in this prediction, because we don't, for the Jackie Lammy network, the best we have is the 2018 figures, which, of course, are not amazingly reliable, and for the independents, we have not actually had an election with any of these independents yet. Anyway, going back to results. Sorry, go back to the Tasmanian Electoral Commission's site. You can see that they have still not put up their results page. So, waiting for that. Unfortunately. And I can assume that there's nothing from Dunstan yet. So now starts the approximately 45-minute wait between the two elections. I might leave this on the prediction, and I will see you in, let's say, 20 minutes, for when we're slightly closer to actual results coming in. Sorry, I was more leaving because I thought there would be Dunstan results. There are not Dunstan results, and the Electoral Commission of South Australia has not updated their results page. So let's move back to web page. There we have what? We have not got any count from Dunstan, of course, and I don't think if I reload this page there will be any results from the state election. So we are left to look through the archive of previous results. In the 2021 election, and look at how we might cover this, the results tonight. So, of course, these are final results. Nothing much to see, but this is the quota. The quota will drop tonight. In percentage terms, the quota last time round was 16.6 recurring. That won't be the way this time. This time, because there is an increase to 7 seats, there will be a quota, which is the number of seats per in an electorate plus 1, and that amount 100 divided by that amount. That gets the percentage quota. And this time around, it will be 12.5%. So you can use that to sort of roughly calculate what last time would have looked like. So last time here, this would have been 4 quotas. On the Labor Party, this would have been something more like 2.5 quotas, etc., etc., etc. But here is the interesting bit. Well, at least what I find interesting and might look a little bit confusing, especially given the fact that it is zoomed out and there is not amazing stream quality. This is the distribution of preferences. This is what it looks like for Hare-Clark systems. We have Liberals, Labor, the Animal Justice Party, the Greens, and that's Choose Fisher's Farmers over there, and one ungrouped, which is the equivalent of an independent in our proportional representation systems. As we go down here, we get each individual count. This is the votes getting counted down the ballot for each preference until we get to the final contest, where there should just be 7 people left this time around. Of course, last time there should be 8 left around, where the top 7 will get seats. This time around there should be 8 left around, and the top 7 get their seats. Said that the wrong way around. So you can see in Bass, the Liberals would have, if we look at the bottom here, would have got, and if this is indeed the count with the final count, Liberals got the people in 4 sort of secured spots. In 4 spots where they are equal to a quota. When someone goes above a quota, we take that excess vote away from them. So everyone who's above a quota should be on the amount that amounts to a quota. In this case, in Bass, it was 11,226. So we have 3 Liberal candidates on that amount: Courtney, Ferguson, Gutwin, and Wood, who I do not fully know the first name of, just below that. For 5,496. Next to him, there is one ALP person, Finlay, who would scrape in both the 5-seat parliament, as you can see here, and the 7-seat per electorate parliament. But if we expand it to have 7 seats, then all of these people in this count 52 would get in. So that would mean 4 seats for Liberals, 2 seats for Labour, and 1 for the Greens. So that's how the distribution of preferences look, which we won't get tonight. And that is how Bass looked last time around. Might as well cycle through the electorates while we are still waiting for results, and I presume still waiting for the Tasmanian Electoral Commission to even present the page. Yes, it's still not there. Let's look at Braddon next. The seat is most towards the coalition in federally and also state-wise. Probably this time round, I believe last time round it was Bass is the most towards the Liberal Party. If we look into the distribution of preferences here, and I zoom in again, you can see the bottom count here is 34, and the ALP is on the left here. So if this count was redone, or if this count was done under 7-seat quotas, then it probably would have ended up in this bottom situation. Except if we have another seat, another person here, no, because that is the exhausted votes that didn't make it through to this point in the count. So we have 6 there. Looks like in Braddon there would be 2 Labour Party members last time round under a 7-seat per electorate parliament. There would be 4 Liberal people and the 3 attempts in both the federal, I believe, 3 attempts in both the federal and state seats of Bass independent. Craig Garland would probably get the 7th seat if there were 7 seats to receive at the last election. So it's important to look out for him, even though I don't believe many people have actually put Craig Garland into their predictions. I don't believe I have. However, he did get a 1.8% swing to him in the Braddon election compared to the last state election in the federal election in Braddon. He got a 1.8% swing to him. So maybe he is a one to watch over here. However, he just got overrun by, if we look, 3,000 votes getting into the 6th spot last time. Now let's look at next seat along, which is Clark. The seat that covers most of Hobart, except this little lip over here, which is controlled by Franklin, even though that's not connected. If we look into the distribution of preferences again, and zoom in, we see that on the left here we have the Greens, then Labour, then the Libs, and a couple of ungrouped. Now, also, it's important to note that in Clark, there are a couple of independents that actually got into a group of their own. This being Sue Hickey and Amanda Johnston. Amanda Johnston just managed to get over Hickey last time, and it will be good to see. But if we count back in a way to see when there were 7 candidates in the count, because Suhiki came 6th, she does actually end up in the final count. So if you look at here, comes down and comes 6th. So if the last election were recreated, we would actually have both Suhiki and Johnson in the parliament. But if we actually go back to when there were 7 people in the count, we see that if last time was recreated, we'd have Johnson, 2 Labour people, then Hickey, then 3 Liberal people, and what seems to look like... No, there would be green. There would be Green, Johnston, Labour, Hickey, and 3 Liberals. So they would be maintaining the sort of pace you would expect in Clark. You know, now seems a good time to look at the empty screen currently, which is the seat by seat. The seat by seat shows us each of the seats in each electorate. There are 7 of each, of course. Bass, Braddon, Clark, Franklin, Lyons are the electorates. And how I'll look at this, how I'll show this once I start predicting seats, will be that on the left will go Labour, then the Greens, then Jackie Lambie, then Independents, and then on the extreme on the right will go the Liberal Party. And the really important thing to look at in this seat breakdown, once those numbers start flowing in, is the seats in the middle. These, what I like to call 4th seats. Each of these seats in a normal close election would determine government. If a single or a group of parties get 3 of these seats, then they either have the balance of power or government, depending how you're counting them. For instance, if we had all on this side 2 Labour and 1 Green, and then we had 3 Liberals on this side, 3 Liberals in the middle would mean they would get government. 3 Independents in the middle would mean that the Independents would hold the balance of power, and 3 Jackie Lambie people, etc., would hold the balance of power, etc. So if I actually go in and open the file, I might actually be able to... It's disappeared on me. There we go. I've forgotten for a second where the main candidates are. So might be a good time to look once again to see if Tasmania has published the results yet. No, I assume they're waiting for the first actual divisional results go in for their election page to go up. So might as well keep on going after that brief distraction on the results from last time, because it's good to see where everyone is. What I actually should do is I will lay out, as we go through this, that won't be on the full screen, the seats for each of these. If they were to take the same shape as last time. Give me 2 seconds to fill those out accordingly. So as we're going through, remember this is last time. I'll actually just put a little note at the top for now saying last time. It's going to let me on that screen, so let's go over there. If I update this, there we go. This is the last time's results. Let's go back to the distribution of preferences and move on to Franklin, the bottom seat here, named after the river. Let's go into its distribution of preferences from last time. We can see that the order of the parties here, there shouldn't be any major independence from last time, that is. We have the Greens, Labour, and the Liberals. Let's go down the page and see one green is probably the amount from last time and might be the amount for this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there is the 7 that we need at the bottom of this screen. And if I remember correctly, there should be 1 from the Greens, 1 from Labour, sorry, 1 for the Greens, 3 from Labour, and 3 from the Liberals, if the result from last time were to be repeated with 7 seats by just looking at the distribution of preferences. So let's fill that in, seat by seat. That's what that looks like. Go back to the distribution preferences and now look at the seat of Lions. This is the Great Central seat. I believe it used to be called Wilmot. Wilmot, probably. And I need to zoom in again. I think those should be visible. Those numbers should be visible now. We've got what looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's just 4. We've got 4 Liberals, if last time was to be repeated, 1 Green, and 2 Labours. So let's fill in the seats accordingly. And the seat by seat would end up looking like this. So this is a very rough look at how the seats would look from last time round if the election of last time was to be recreated perfectly this time. And as you can see, in the middle, we have 3 Liberals. in the fourth seat column, and because nothing is what I call breaking into their third seat, so there's no electorates where they've fallen below 3 seats. The 3 seats that are in the middle on the fourth seat column, those go together to make a majority. And for Labour and the Greens last time around, if we treat them as a group, which we sort of have to, if they're looking at forming government tonight, looking at the polling, of course, then they actually get broken, by which I mean they fall below a combined 3 seats twice in Braddon, and surprisingly, for a Tasmanian election, in Clark, both times by an independent. So if we actually go to Parliament, and I open the correct file for that, oh yes, that's where it is. I zoom out on that one. I go to the parliamentary seats. I can fill this in according to last time as well. Let's put a little last time disclaimer top. Start changing it. Now, of course, there would be, I believe, looking at the seat by seat, if I go to there for my own benefit, there would be 10 Labour members last time. On the parliamentary floor, this would look approximately like this. Of course, this last time was created in 35-seat parliament. Then there would be 4 Greens, 2 independents, sorry, 3 independents, including Craig Garland from Braddon, which just gets short of the seat in the middle, which, in fact, the important seat is the seat that gives government. It's the 18th seat out of a 35-seat parliament that gives a natural majority, and that is obtained by the Liberals. There we go. Sorry, just updating problems. If we actually fill out the entire side of the Parliament, we get this. This is approximately what the results from last time would look like in the scope of Parliament. This, if they were created in a 35-seat Parliament. 4 Greens, 10 Labour, which is what the prediction says for both of those parties, so no real improvement there. 3 independents, which we expect to grow. No Jackie Lambie, of course, she did not contest the last election, and she's not contesting this one. Her party is contesting this one, and 18 Liberal seats. So, funnily enough, the Liberals only have a majority of 1 in both 35 and 25-seat parliaments. And let's go back to the webpage to see if the Electoral Commission have been kind enough to put the results page up. No. The polling places should be, as they say, available from more like 60 things. Let's see if they just haven't posted the page yet. No, they have. not actually put the page up in any capacity yet. So I might leave for a brief second to see if the South Australian Electoral Commission has been kind enough to put up their numbers yet, which they probably haven't, but it's always worth a shot. And once those start flowing in, we should be able to see, just looking at their screen, see if anything's changed there. Okay, there's probably not any numbers from Dunstan, but once those start flowing in, then we will know that that is working, which will be nice. Anyway, I will probably leave for some measure of time. Having a quick look at the South Australian Electoral Commission's feed, it seems like they have not posted anything either. So here starts the boring part of election coverages, where we just get to sit and wait for results. Unfortunately, this time around, it's especially boring because there is literally nothing to report. There's not even the page is up in any capacity. Might as well take a quick look at Dunstan last time around while we're here. We can see each of the polling places. I believe 2 polling places are not in the count this time. It's Trinity Gardens, Rose Park, and Glynde. So no need to worry about those. But if we look at the 2 party vote from last time, there's a rather even spread, which is fair. This is not a 3-seat, but a 2 party preferred measures where the vote for each candidate is near 50-50. So of course there's going to be a lot of variation in these numbers. Looking at it, well, there's very clearly some large. There's definitely some polling places we should be looking out for in the scope of good Liberal ones and good Labor ones. These St. Peter's ones seem to be the more conservative side of the electorate, same in Tranmere South. Also, Kensington Park seems to be a problem for the Labor Party. Although slightly confusing is Kensington is very, very different. All these same. We look at the distribution of preferences. That looks as you would expect for a Labour versus Liberal contest. Everything looks exactly how you would imagine it. if there's actually no results, I might actually go off and stay off for maybe 10 minutes for a quick break before the actual results start coming in. At something as the Tasmanian site is keen to remind you of at around 6:45 p.m. So I will switch to pilot screen and I will see you in a bit. I just turned my mic on, comment on this for a second, but a funny thing that the South Australian Electoral Commission have done is that between while there's no results on their site, you know that because on the FTP feed there is literally nothing there. It is blank, like not a single file. So that's the situation in South Australia. No results and no results file. Now it is 60:45 p.m., but there are still no resulting from Tasmania, and they have still yet to put up their results page. Same with South Australia, who have also refused to put up anything on their trial transfer FTP feed. I have it on the other screen there, and it doesn't have anything. It no files are in there at all. So that's the situation in the two elections. Hopefully we should be getting results. This is the prediction. Switching back to it, currently from me. If I actually look at this screen, which I forgot for momentarily, once again, I had an issue with the resolution of my screen not being liked by YouTube. So just adjusting this to look how it should. To remove that because it's amazingly far off screen. Go back to video capture. Add the existing device. Hello. Let's shrink myself down. And this is the This is the prediction. In the middle are the seat totals, and on the left side are two vague scenarios where the Labour Party could form government, technically, off this prediction, and on the right are two scenarios where the Liberal Party could technically form government. And if you look at both sides here, what you'll see is that both require more than two elements, which is sort of an unheard of occurrence in this realm, not really realm, in this state and really in this country, because you don't normally normally you expect to form government with just two moving factors as a maximum, though. In the Senate, for instance, the most stable form currently, it seems, is when there is only the government and somebody else needing to negotiate, and even that isn't. Our Australian parties don't seem very good at handling. This scenario is hellish for both major parties because they have to negotiate with a whole swath of people that really you wouldn't be expecting to negotiate in any other situation. However, that's where we're at currently. So if we go back to Parliament last time, so this is the results. This is from looking at the distribution of preferences earlier, and sort of looking at the distribution of preferences and basically deducing how many seats each party would receive. So we had the Liberals on 18, the Independents on 3, the Greens on 4, and Labour on 10. That's what the last Parliament would technically look like if it was recreated at this election. Of course, that's nowhere near the case, and right now we're just getting the first results. Maybe not results, but we have got the first results page. Let's see. Yes, first preference results in. Let's see, from Bass. What booth is this? Gladstone. 41.18% out of the gate for the Liberals. I might as well get up the first preferences from last time in Bass, which I conveniently have right open here. That was 50% last time. That is down 9%. The ALP is on these first results from Gladstone. They are on 21.5. Last time that was 33% at the end. So, depending how Gladstone went last time for the Labour Party in its entirety, I think if I look down here, I can bring that up. Yes, first preferences by polling place, which I have to open in Excel, which won't show on this tab. That's unfortunate. What I can do is I will open it. I will straight up tell you what those results from Gladstone were last time. Go to Gladstone. Is there no Gladstone booth? No, I am just looking in Franklin for some reason. That's not right. Oh, I see. It's taken me to the wrong place. There we go. Seats going up. Gladstone. Last time in Gladstone there were more votes, but the Liberal Party had 79. They've lost 16 votes. They're down on 63. Labour, last time in Gladstone, got 30 votes. Technically, they're up one, even though their percentage vote is... Oh, not down overall, really. That's up 3 votes. The Greens, last time around, they got... If I draw a line on the Excel document I've got over there, they got 7 votes. They're up to 5 votes now. Shoes for Farmers have gone down 6 votes. The Animal Justice Party have pretty much stayed stagnant. They used to be on 4, now they are on 3. Everyone else just had Ramage Roy last time, no longer there. Interestingly, the sitting member, defector from the Liberal Party, Laura Alexander, contesting in Group H, has got none of the votes in Gladstone. It's good to note that last time around, when she was on the Liberal ballot, she got 1. So that's technically down 1. We look at Braddon. There are results in from Braddon. We look at the page for Braddon last time. No, we probably should do the same system. There's 2 polling places in Natone and Rihanna. Yes, there is an A there. There's 117 total votes for the Liberal Party. That is 47.56%. 17.89 for Labour. That's really bad. That would place them around just on, about 1.42% of quota. That's bad, but they still probably will get 2% because if you look at the Greens here, they're on 0.65, which is actually pretty good for the Greens because that means they would be put ahead of Labour on these results. In fact, let's take a second to open not as a picture form, to open both. Let's first, if I go back to, sorry, it's a juggle of screens here. If I go to the seat by seat and I white out the results from last time. without wiping out the Labour Party. In fact, I'll leave one seat on each side, because realistically, you can count on each major party getting one seat in each of these electorates. So if I load this again, we see one on each side. Once I fix this up. So that's our base situation. Now let's go back to the results. Once again, preliminary results. The quota technically is 31 at the moment. Still, yep, 47.56. Once again, for the Liberal Party, that's 3 quotas. They'd be looking at 4 at the moment on that amount. If we look down for Craig Garland, he's on 4.48. He's 6.1. That's the percentage he got last time in the whole of Braddon. The question is, are those the polling places he did well in? Because it's possible that Garland could get in on those amount of votes, especially if it starts looking how our prediction from last time for the seats from last time looked, where there are 4 Liberals, 1 Labour, 1 Green, 1 Craig Garland. So that's something that's on the table right now. There shouldn't be anything. Yep, no results from Clark yet. None from Franklin. None. First results from Lyons. Let's see, we've got 3 polling places here: Avoca, Broadmarsh, Colebrook, and that's it. Let's see where they're sitting on 3 for the Liberal Party. On those first results, 2 for Labour quota-wise, this is. And the Greens sitting just below Labour, that will be a problem for them. However, if you look at these first preferences raw, the Labour candidate is still above the Green. Jackie Lambie, first time I've actually looked at Jackie Lambie here. 0.65 in Lyons. Should be hoping to do about that well. And on those amounts, if no one else is particularly getting up there, although the Shooters, Fish and Farmers are looking somewhat close, and John Tucker is not doing too well, so it would look like Jackie Lambie would very much be in the race for a seat in Lyons, which is sort of what we've been thinking all along. If we go back to Bass, there's still just Gladstone. We go to Braddon. More results in from Braddon. Irishtown, Natone, Marrawa, and Rihanna. I think that's one more polling place in, a pretty large one, and that is a bad result for Labour coming from Braddon. It almost looks like the Liberal Party are going to get 4 in Braddon, which will definitely be more than expected. Although it's very, very important to note that these regional booths are and there are definitely small town communities in Tasmania as a whole, and especially Braddon. The 2 people who seem to favour a lot from these booths are Craig Garland and the Liberal Party. So if you see them, you see the Liberals jumping above 50% here, then that's not to be taken. That's to be taken with a grain of salt. Same with Craig Garland. He would be doing that well with these sort of communities, but still technically always keeping an eye on that. Nothing from Clark yet. Nothing from Franklin yet. From memory, nothing new from Lyons. Yeah, nothing new from Lyons. And nothing new from Bass. I will take a very, very short break and leave you on the seat by seat, so I can make sure that Dunstan is going smoothly, but looking at the website, there might not be any results yet. Actually, I might not turn anything off. For the second, have a quick look. Are these updated? Okay, I have to quickly have a look at at Dunstan, so I'll turn the camera off for seconds. I'll be back with more Tasmanian results and Dunstan results, hopefully, once that clears up. Okay, looks like Dunstan is not wanting to work, so here we are again. Unfortunately, that won't work, so let's look back at... Let's first look if they've got any physical results in from there. No. Okay, let's look back at the Tasmanian election. Let's reload Bass. Bass now, 176 votes in, 40% of the vote for the Liberal Party. That is down nearly 10% what the around the swing that the polls were suggesting. 24% for the Labour Party, that's nearly 2 quotas. It's not really close to what they got last time. That is a 9% drop for them. You should be aware that most of these are more rural areas, and as they are the ones that come in first, as they tend to have less people voting at them. The Tasmanian Greens are on 9.54% in Bass, which would be good for them if they had a higher vote. What's good with Jackie Lambie right now is that on these first regional booths, she's on 0.91% of a quote. 0.91 of a quota. That is with 11.46% of the vote. That puts her very close to having a seat, and if she can keep that going, then looking at this ballot, it will be a race between Rebecca Pentland and Angela Armstrong for the seat for Jackie Lambie Party in Bass. Look at all these other candidates, nothing too substantial. Okay, now what I can probably lock in for Bass now is another seat for the Liberal Party. I'm slightly cautious about Labour still, but that is what I'll do. I'll use on the other screen, that is. So that's one for the Liberal Party in Bass. Can't see that because I'm not showing it right now. So if we move on to Braddon now, this should be the worst seat for the Labour Party and the Greens, and it looks like it's being so right now. There's a lot more polling places in, which gives a bit more meaning to this result, and it probably dissuades from the thought that this is mainly regional booths. If we look at Braddon here, no, I've not been looking at the correct place. Okay, if you look at Braddon here, Liberal Party on 57.19% of the vote. That is down 6% this time in Braddon itself. Labour Party last time were 26%, they're down 10, which is a very substantial amount. That seems to be going to some level to the Greens at the moment, who are very small amount of which are going to the Greens at 0.8%. Jackie Lambie, once again, is doing pretty well in Braddon on 0.73% parts of a quota, which of course is all gains, technically. The shooter fish farmers have gone down since we last looked at them, and presumably will keep on going down as we get more results from metropolitan areas, partially metropolitan areas. Clark, nothing from there. Franklin, first results from Franklin, almost even Stevens between the two parties. 2.3%, 2.3 quotas for the Liberal Party currently. That will probably carry them through to 2 in Braddon. 2.35 for the Labour Party. Once again, they'll probably carry them through to 2 in Franklin, although that would be expected. Of course, another expected thing is Jackie Lambie Network are not doing as well in Franklin. That was, like I said, to be expected. On this first booth, which if I look at it is Southport. I'm not fully sure where Southport is. That's halved itself the screen. Let's have a quick look. Southport. Not in Queensland. not that one. We look at it, it's sort of at the bottom of the electorate. You would have expected it to be a Labour, a Liberal leading booth, but it has not gone that way this time. Looks like nothing is going too well for the independents. David O'Byrne is definitely the highest ranking of the former Liberals right now. You would probably expect on this high of a quota on this sort of booth that Rosalie Woodruff would be re-elected for the Greens. So I'll add that to the screen off to my right. And let's move on to Lions. Lions, we've got quite a count in from here. If we look at the last results from last time, we go to Lions, scroll down past the distribution preferences. We see the Liberals were on 51.2. They are down 10, which seems to be a sort of flat swing against them in all these regional booths coming in so far. If we actually look at how many booths are in there, 12. Now, the Greens look like they're maintaining a quota, which is of course good for them. And these should be regional areas, so if they stick up at that for a little bit longer, I might call a seat for them there. At the moment, you would say that the Liberal Party will probably get 2 in Lions, so that's another one for them. And look, I wouldn't be too certain of Labour getting 1, but I can't call it that way. But there's definitely going to be a second Labour Greens seat in Lions at this point. That's last time. This is this time. If we actually look at the swing for Labour, that's an 8-point swing against them, which is naturally bad. The Greens have actually got a slight swing to them, 4% to them, in fact, at this point. Jackie Lambie is sitting on 0.66, which of course is all swing. What I would say at this point is Jackie Lambie are probably going to get... Well, they were always probably going to get 1, but they're probably going to get at least 1 seat at this point of the count. If we could go back to Bass, start the cycle again. This cycle will be going around multiple times tonight. That's gone down for the Liberal Party now. It might be that it keeps on going down for the Liberal Party. The 41 we saw earlier might actually be close to the peak in Bass. Now, that's all I quoted earlier because I was looking at the distribution of preferences count, which is wrong to look at because it has to be dividers of the quota. But if we look at this, 59.95%, that is 20 points down in Bass, which, to be fair, you would have thought 60% would be a high point for the Liberals, but it seems to be going all over the place because it's not particularly going to Labour either. It's at 6. Labour's almost exactly where they were last time around. Almost no swing for them. 10.86% swing for the Jackie Lambie network. And you'd have to say that they're getting pretty close to a seat there. And the Greens are sitting on 0.84, which would also suggest to them getting a seat. Although the problem for them is that all of these seem pretty scattered. Although Cicely Rosol, it seems to be their lead candidate at this point. So that's what's happening there. We look back at Braddon, which, again, Liberal Party are almost exactly where they were last time we looked. That's Bass, not Braddon. Look at the last time's results here. They were on 57 last time. They're down 6. Labour It's on 17 down 9, which is to be a problem for them there, for Labour, I mean. If the Liberals are on 4 quotas there, well, they're definitely going to get a second seat, which I forgot to call last time around. But they're probably going to get a third. I won't call it yet, because we don't have enough. But that's where that seems to be headed. And that seems to be a race between Jackie Lambie and Craig Garland for next seat there. If we look at Dunstan, you see that there are no results yet in from there. Let's take a quick look at the seat by seat. Seat by seat, I actually updated instead of filling the entire page with blue. There we go. The seat by seat is currently sitting at 1 each for Labour in all the seats, 2 in Franklin for Labour, and 1 Green in Franklin. That is approaching the first break of the night. It's not a surprise that that would be in Franklin if it does happen, but that's the closest anyone has gotten to a break into the 4th seat column. The vital 4th seat column where you have to get 3 of the seats to win outright. That's the last time results in there. And let's go back to this time's results. Anything new from Clark? Yes. First results in from Clark. Very much depends on where these are from in Clark, because there's a green area, there's a Liberal area, and there's a Labour area in Clark. You have to know where it's from. Battery Point, Western Rosetta. If my memory's right, I think that's in the green area. And if we look at the first preference results, you would have to say that it probably is. Christy Johnston seems like she is getting ahead. Sue Hickey is better than that, of course. 0.39 isn't going to get you anywhere in the Tasmanian electoral system. 0.7 for Kirsty Johnson is a good start, decent start. For the Greens to be on 22.85 is a good sign for them. I'm not sure if I would give them a seat yet. It's Clark. They're probably going to get a seat, so I will give them one. In the results over there. Now let's cycle back to Franklin, which is exactly where we left it. 20 points on the quota. 454 in lines. Let's actually look at the swings in lines, because we know that the largest swing right now is in Bass, of worth 20 points against the Labour Party. Sorry, not against the Labour Party, against the Liberals. But if we look at lines last time around, this is the last time around tab, we can see that the Liberals were on 51.2, and they've dropped 13 points down to 30.1. 13.1 points to be exact is the drop. Labour has dropped 6 points, which seems to be a theme in Braddon and Lyons at the moment. I'm not sure if that would stick around, but it's a theme for now. Lyons results is also good for the Greens, who seem like their town candidate Tabitha Badger he not sure of that one. They seem to be racing towards a quota, and if we actually look at all the candidates, we see that, of course, Rebecca White, the opposition leader at the moment, will be sitting at the highest on these numbers, 608. Then we have Guy Barnett, second on 424. Then we have 2 Liberals, which is very important. It would emphasize this 3 quota to 3 seat conversion. They're on 296 and 266, just above Tabitha Badger for the Greens on 265 in 5th place at the moment. Unfortunately for the Jackie Lambie network, they seem to be having a pretty flat vote, which is to be expected given the fact that I don't believe they picked any particularly celebrity candidates for this election. Now, if we look at the seat by seat again, and if I actually bother to save the page, we seem to be looking at 6 guaranteed Labour seats, just getting towards 10 for the Liberal Party on 9, 2 Green seats at the moment, and that's where we sit at right now. I will turn the camera off for a second as I turn the light off. Turned the wrong thing off. I turned the video off. There we go. Oh, so time to start another loop of Tasmanian electorates, if there's anything new, which there isn't. Yeah, that button just reloads the page. Okay, let's look at Dunstan. Anything new from there? No, it was last updated at 6 o'clock, which is, well, when you would think that it would be updated. Now, let's look for a second at Bragg. In Bragg, which was the last by-election, I believe this term, yes, this term in the South Australian term, which is the same state, of course, as Dunstan, that was from the long-standing member Vicky Chapman standing down, and it happened quite fast after the election. There was a 2.5% swing to Labour there, which would be important tonight because a similar swing would win Dunstan for Labour by 2%. So keep an eye on that. Still nothing first preference or second preference wise there. Let's start the loop again for the Tasmanian electorates. There's only 5 there. I just realised I was on the wrong screen. Anyway, Bragg, 2.5. Results, nothing. Back to the loop. We will have to go around multiple times tonight, given the fact that nothing else to do. There's only 5 electorates. First on the list, Bass. I believe that's changed slightly since we last looked at it. It's gone 1 point down for the Liberal Party. The figure in Bass last time was 59 from memory. It's 59.95. It seems to have gone down to 3 quotas, 38.1. The Greens seem to be doing well, and if I'm correct, they should be getting a lot of help off Labour on 2.81 quotas. That will probably convert to 2 seats. The 0.81 will probably go here to help the Greens. Student District Farmers on 0.25 might help the Jackie Lambie network, meaning that maybe a result from Bass could look like 3 Liberals, 2 Labour, 1 Greens, and the 4th seat, the break, will go to the Jackie Lambie network. So that's preliminary, that's not the projection, but that is how it is going at the moment. 14 results or booths in from there. Braddon, this is updated a bit since we last looked at it, and it has gone up for the Liberal Party. No, because Braddon is a good seat for Liberals. I just expand all these out so I don't have to keep on scrolling up to the top. There we go. In Braddon, they used to be on 57.19. So if I remember correctly, they're actually down on the last election, a little bit more than last time we looked. I believe it was 6 points last time we looked. That's gone down 3 points from there to put them on 3.86 of a quota. It would look like the Greens might not get a seat in Braddon on those kind of numbers. Looking at Craig Garland, he's still sitting on 0.75, which would indicate, and that puts him slightly behind the Jackie Lambie network, which is not exactly where he wants to be. But remember, in this case where there's just candidates on the ballot, nothing stays within the group. If say if I voted for Craig Cutts here, the Jackie Lambie network, I'd probably preference these other people in the Jackie Lambie network next. But what might happen, and what does happen, is that these voters leave the ticket, meaning that this 0.77 might not be where it ends up. But given the fact that only Craig Garland has contested for Group G for Craig Garland, that 0.75 is very sturdy, because you can't leave without your candidate needing to distribute preferences somewhere. So I'd probably say that Craig Garland is actually a little bit ahead of Jackie Lambie network on those figures. But the Liberal Party are probably going to get 3 from Braddon, but I'd wait a little bit longer to make sure of that. No, they will get 3 from Braddon. So let's add that third seat on the other screen, which it's not showing right now. Clark, has that updated since we last looked at it? Yes, I believe it has. It's quite a few. 3 more. Yes, 3 more. Glenorchy Central, Sandy Bay Beach, and Fern Tree have been added to the count. No significant independents other than Christy Johnston, who seems to be the independent. On these numbers, there will only be 1 independent from Clark, and there is no Jackie Lambie network candidate. So, presumably, it'll come down to the contest between the major parties, where currently, if there's not 2 independents, you would think the Liberals would get 2 seats, which is where I'll put them now. In Clark, Greens might get 2 and Labour might get 2, but we don't have enough results in to say that for certain for either of them. Then we have Franklin, which is sitting very close to where it was last time, and you can tell that because the Greens are in the lead. There are 1 extra polling place in here. 2 small of accounts undergone to even see it on the page here. 0. On this progress bar here, but it's 0.55% counted at the moment. Alona and Southport currently. The Greens probably won't end up with 2.5% of the quota at the top of the ballot there. But on these figures, you might think that Jackie Lambie network would be in danger of not getting a seat, especially with David O'Byrne sitting here 0.14%, 0.14 quotas above the Jackie Lambie network's figures. Then we have Lions, which might have updated 774. That might have fixated. We look at Lions results last time. That is a 14% swing against the Liberal Party, 3 points against Labour, which is bumped up 3 points since the first results that we got in from here. Got the Greens, who are up 4 currently. It seems like the Greens might actually get a seat in Lions, especially if those numbers stay around. The Jackie and Army Network is doing quite well on 8 points. 0.64 quotas. So a bit off there for them. 7.54% of that counted in Lions. So let's look at the seat by seat results again right now. It is sitting at, if I get updated again, without filling the entire screen, there we go. Then we're sitting at 11 seats to the Liberals. Still 6 to Labour, although that probably will increase. 2 to the Greens. Now, that's where that is. Look at, if I actually change back, there we go. Look at Dunstan. Is there anything in from there? Yes, there's preliminary first preference results. No 2 candidate preferred at the moment. First preference results just from Kensington. Kensington has got 27.7% of the vote. Let's look at Dunstan last time. Kensington gave 43.3% to Stephen Marshall, only 16.8% to the Green candidate, and 36.5% to Labour. Labour has actually gone down 6 points there. The Greens have gone up 11, and the Liberals have gone down almost 13 points. So that's not a good first figure for the Liberal Party there, and a pretty good one for the Greens. Quite impressive one for the Greens. Still waiting on the first 2 candidate preferred results there. Going back to the main show, the Tasmanian election, we have the start of a new cycle, Bass, which is looking the same as we left it. Braddon, which is looking slightly different, I think. No. We have Clark, which is slightly more from what we expected. Unless these results haven't changed, in which case I'm just hallucinating. No, okay. Probably that on those results, you'd think Labour would get a second seat, and of course Greens would stay on 1. So currently on the breaks, if we're looking for the 4th seat column, where you need to get 3 of the seats in the 4th seat column to win, these 4th seats are what I like to call breaks. There are 3 opportunities for parties to get into the 4th column right now. One is for groups. I'm grouping Labour and the Greens together because realistically, Labour aren't going to get a majority government, and so they're going to have to lump in, most likely, with the Greens to get anywhere close. So I'm counting this as a group. Labour and the Greens have an opportunity in Clark to get into the 4th column. They have an opportunity in Franklin to get into the 4th column. And in Braddon, the Liberals have got an opportunity. So that's where those sit right now. Back to the run through. Franklin, 31.6. Erica Betts is leading the Liberal ticket there. In fact, Jackie Petrusma, who I believe contested last time, and got 3rd on the Liberal ticket. she is sitting in second place on the Liberal tickets, but not second place overall. Yeah, I think we've actually got... No, we've got no new results. We might have got new results, but they're 2.24% of the vote that has been counted. So, nothing too large in that respect. The Greens are still sitting on 2. So, it might be an opportunity for the Greens to get a second seat. We're probably still getting 2 for Labour, 1 for Greens, and at least 2 for the Liberal Party. But it seems like those 2 for the Liberal Party might actually be 2 different people. And the question really will be, will the Green leader, Rosalie Woodruff, actually take her votes and keep them in the Green ticket to someone specific, which would help them get that second seat? Anyway, the Tasmanian network is not doing too well there. Moving on to Lions, where we have... Yes, that is a lot more results. 25 polling places, although to show you how these regional polling places can have such small votes, there's only 10% counted when we've almost got a third of the polling places in. Anyway, on 10%, it's looking like the Liberal Party will get 3, and it's looking like those people will be Guy Barnett, Jane Howlett, and Mark Shelton at the moment. Rebecca White seems to be coalescing a lot of vote around herself in the Labour ticket, so it's not clear who the second will be. What probably will happen is that there will be a second, leaving 2 seats. One of those seats very much could go to the Greens, who are on 1 quota at the moment, and the next one very much could go to the Jackie Lamy network. Something unexpected is the Shooters vs Farmers are still doing pretty well, although we're still to see a lot of the more... We're still to see some of the larger polling places come in, which might dip the Shooters vs Farmers vote. The question will be if that dips the Jackie Lamy network vote as well. Let's look back at the Dunstan by-election. The Liberals have taken the lead first preference-wise, but they already had that. Nothing new from there. So, that's where that is. Time to circle round again. Michael Ferguson is still holding strong in Bass. Looking at how... See how there's these 2 Labour people who are sort of both holding a lot of the party's vote. That tells me that Labour will probably get 2 in Bass as a whole, as it's hard to beat the situation where there's 2 people who are clearly going to get on. And that's a problem for the Liberal Party in here, currently. And they've got Michael Ferguson, and they've got Rob Fairs, who seems to be the second person in their ticket at the moment. But where do they go from there? I guess Simon would, but that's the question. Laura Alexander's not doing well down there, and I should have checked when we looked at Franklin last time, which I'll get back to Franklin overall. But David O'Byrne is still not doing well in Franklin. Whether he gets a seat is an if. Braddon. It seems like there's more results in from Braddon. We're just ducking above 10% in Braddon. It's 12.2 currently. 33 out of 77 polling places are in. Once again, small town communities, most of them. Fish Farmers on 0.31. Craig Garland's still sitting strong on 0.65. That's a 2 points win to him since the last election. Jackie Lambie, however, sitting on 0.79, which would indicate that they would be ahead in the race for the final seat there. However, in Braddon, it's very clear that there will be three Liberal parties, three Liberal Party people. I'd have to say at this point, you would think that there's a Jackie Lambie person in from there. So I'll put it in prospectively in there. So that could happen. And there's likely to be either a Green or a Labour in one of the other seats. And the fact that Craig Garland has fallen off probably means that he won't get a seat there. Which means the Liberals still could get into the fourth column in Bass. If I just reload this. They could still get into the fourth column in Bass. Sorry, in Bratton. But for now, the seat in the fourth column in Bratton is held by the Jackie Lambie network. That is the only seat that I've put onto this graph, this representation, that I'm uncertain about. It's time to reload and see if there's anything new from Dunstan, which there isn't. Anyway, going back to Clark. Have we got anything new from Clark? We have. It's increased slightly, and that is because there's the Clark mobile team, which won't help us with much. If I look at it, yes, it won't. Franklin. This has gone up 3. There's 3 more polling places in. The Greens are holding on 25%. They're looking to pick up a second seat there, and Labour seems almost certain to stay on 2 in Franklin, which means that could be a break, and it would be to the Greens on 2 seats in Franklin. That's still a possibility. That's still very much in question, given the fact that Rosalie Woodruff is carrying most of that vote, and the question is, does that actually distribute to someone clear in the rest of the vote? And we're still on a low vote, so I wouldn't call it, but that's where it is at the moment. Going to Lions, we have 3 quotas for the Liberal Party in Lions. They're looking like they're going to get to 3. It looks like Labour and the Greens are pretty assured of getting to 3. In fact, with Tabitha Badger there, I would probably say that the Greens have, at that high of a first preference vote, I would probably say that the Greens do have gained a seat in Lions. Yes, that is a gain. Not comparatively the 7-seat parliament last time, but compared to the 5-seat per electorate parliament, then they would have. That's a gain. Still nothing too progressed in there, and we're getting into the 12s, into the double digits encountered. Not much in the Jackie 0.67 in the Jackie Lambie column, which is pretty large, and given the fact that there's a large Shoes Fishers Farmers Party, which you would think would help Jackie Lambie, they could get a seat in Lions, but we're still waiting on that. We reload Dunstan. There is a couple of more results. I the Greens have not done as well in the other seats. In the other first preferences. So that first one definitely was an anomaly. No two-candidate preferred data ready yet, but the Liberals are definitely doing well in St. Peter's. However, last time around, that was still 51.4 for them, so there's still a 3-point drop. So Dunstan is in danger for the Liberal Party right at the moment. And mostly, it seems, because of a swing to the Greens. So if we reload the seat by seat, without colouring the whole of it in, that's where we're sitting at the moment. Labour is still trying to get to 10, which they reasonably need to get anywhere in forming a government. Reloading the page in lines, we see that there's a new batch results in. From there is enough to call anything. It's another 2 percentage points of results. And is good for the Labour Party. Is that good enough to call a seat for the Labour Party? It is. It is. So that will probably be 2 Labour seats and 1 Green right now in lines. Starting the loop again, we get to Bass, where we have not really added that many results. Lara Alexander very much is not headed anywhere on that low of a vote. Shooters Vicious Farmers might be helping Jackie Lambie. She very much could, her party could very much get a seat there. Who exactly that would go to on these figures is a question. The Greens are looking hopeful for a seat there, but it looks like there will be 2 Labour seats and 3 Liberals right now, although I'm not quite certain enough to call a seat for the Liberals on those sort of figures. Looking back at Dunstan, we've got our second preference results in from Dunstan. It's from Marden, which is not the booth you would have thought it would have come from. You would have thought it would have come from Kensington. Last time around in Marden, there was 44.2% to the Liberals. This time around, it's just under 40. That's a 4-point swing in Marden. That's a very good start for the Labour Party. So that's where that is sitting at as of now. And if we look at the first preferences, that's even worse for the Liberal Party. Okay. Now on to Braddon. We've got 35. I think that's 2 more polling places than we had a minute ago. Craig Garland is still holding on, although Jackie Lambie Network is still doing well. I might, out of caution, remove the Jackie Lambie seat, although know that it's still probably there. Also because the Liberal Party are looking like they could get 4 there. Although, what's probably going to happen, almost definitely, is the Labour Party will get on to 2 in that seat. Mostly from Green preferences. So, that's how that seat's shaping up. pretty close to what we thought it was going to be. Clark. Anything new from Clark? I don't believe so. Yes, only the mobile team, which we had there previously. Franklin. Nothing major out of Franklin. Anything new? There's quite a few new polling places. And the Greens are sticking around 2%. Once again, it's still coalescing around Rosalie Woodruff. Still, 2 quotas for the Labour Party, and the Liberal Party don't seem close enough to do much with their quota. And you would think most of the Jackie Lambie network preferences would dissipate, because in a federal election they actually preference Labour slightly more than they do the Liberals. David O'Byrne, however, is still sitting in there as a contester for maybe the last seat given away in Franklin. In Lyons, I think there's a little bit more cancer than we had a second ago. Guy Barnett is very... If there's three Liberal candidates, which there probably will be, elected in Lyons, it very much looks like it will be Guy Barnett, Mark Shelton, and Jane Howard. They seem to be the people at the top of their ticket. Rebecca White is very much at the top of the Labour ticket, who I'm feeling ever more certain about the call for 2 seats for them in Lyons. And 1 quota for the Tasmanian Greens is sticking around in Lyons, and the Lambie network is still looking for that seat. We go to seat by seat and update. You can see that the Jackie Lambie network has lost their seat, which still likely. I just won't put it on there for now. But, like I said, it's likely. Now, if I quickly do a little switch around. So that's the correct. There we go. The correct language is showing there. This is the called seats, which would appear if I put the called seats. There we go. Should be popping up in a second. There we go. So that's what it's looking at right now. If we check Franklin for a second, if I actually go back to the place that shows results, we go to, not Franklin, but Clark. Christy Johnston seems like she'll probably pick up some preferences from Sue Hickey and get her seat there, although I wouldn't be certain about that right now. Let's look again at the results in South Australia. I don't think there's anything new in second preferences. No. I don't think there's anything new in first preferences. Still sitting below 40 for Anna Finizio. So that's of course not a good sign for her and the Liberal Party in South Australia. That very much could be a Labour gain at the moment. I wouldn't call it on such a low percentage, however. Let's start the cycle again. First seat, Bass. If that has gone over 20%, if gone over 10, which it hasn't, okay. Once that goes over 10%, and Liberals are sticking around those sort of numbers, you would probably call the third seat for Liberals, which I haven't yet, but looks likely. What looks likely enough for me to call at the moment is that the Greens, there have to be some turnaround that I don't think would be there for the Greens not to get a seat. But that still could happen. That still could happen. So I'm not going to call that at the moment. Jackie Lambie is still looking strong for what would be the last seat there. And of course, Lara Alexander is out of the Parliament. Next up, once more, Braddon, where Liberals on 3.83. Is there anything new in here? I'm not sure about it. Well, what's happened here is that there's 38 yet to report, and there's 39 to report, so there's over half of the polling places have reported, but we're only sitting on 60% of the counts. So that's a bit of a quirky part of the polling places in Braddon. Craig Garland's still doing decent on 0.6, but he will probably be beaten out by the Jackie Lambie network. I'd call them if they were over a quota, but given the fact that there's a lot of rural booths in right now, I feel less certain about it than I probably would be otherwise. However, Liberals sitting on 3.83% of 3.83 quotas says that they will probably get that third seat, which, of course, if we look at the seat by seat, there it is, third seat. Moving on to Clark. Is there anything updated in Clark? I feel pretty solid about the current results in Clark. Now, Kirsty Johnson, I believe, has degraded since we last, in her vote, since we last looked at that. So I'm not sure about calling a seat for an independent yet there. Although, what seems decently certain is that independent won't be Sue Hickey. I feel pretty certain about the 2-2-1 that I have currently, which is 2 Labour, 2 Liberals, 1 Green. Franklin. Now, what's interesting in Franklin is the Greens are holding somewhat strong on 1.89 quotas. There's 13.48% in. And the Liberals will get 2. Now, the interesting thing is that the Greens are sitting on 0.89, where the Liberals are sitting 0.27, behind them on 2.62 quotas. Now, the good thing for the Greens is that they're sort of coalescing. Oh no, that's not a good thing. The good thing for the Liberals is that there's 3 clear candidates. There's Erica Betts, then Jackie Patrusman, then Nick Street. It looks like Dean Young will probably fall off the list this time. But that seems to be the solid. There's 3 solid people you can point at in the Liberal Party. But there's not really 2 solid people you can point at in the Greens. The good thing going for the Greens here is that there's not much other people. What looks likely at the moment is, well, it's 2-2-1, and then there's a 3-way race for 2 seats between the Liberals, the Greens, and David O'Byrne, the former Liberal in Franklin. So that's the dynamic that's being set up there. In Lyons, we have 3 quotas for the Liberal Party. That's being held strong by Guy Barnett, Mark Shelton, and Jane Howlett. You would think that they would get 3 on those results, especially given the fact they're not getting much competition. Looks at this point like the Jackie Lambie network looks like it could happen at this point in the count in Lyons, which I won't call yet, although I probably will. Where is it on? 18, yeah. I will call the 3rd seat for the Liberals in Lyons. It will let me, there we go. So that's happened. 3 seats for the Liberals. Then there's 2 seats for Labour and probably 1 seat for the Greens, which I've called that. So 2 seats for Labour, 1 seat for the Greens. That leaves us with 1 seat to call. And that will probably go, looking at these figures, to the Jackie Lambie network, which would leave them in the 4th column in that seat. Let's look at the seat by seat results now. We see 10 Labour, 12 Liberals, and 3 Greens. No independents and Jackie Lambie, curiously, because this election was supposed to be sort of the election of the Jackie Lambie and the independents, but there's nothing really indicating to too much of success for independents at the moment. Anyway, let's continue going to the results in Dunstan. Is there anything new on the 2-party preferred wise? There is not. And there's nothing new on first preferences either. Okay. The only thing we can do now is to reload the lines page. Every time you reload the lines page, there seems to be more results. 42 out of 84 reported, 21.84 in. Jackie Lambie is sitting stubbornly on 0.68. We've already gone down to the last seat there, and the last seat there is very hard to call, given the fact that also look here, Jackie Lambie is all flat, which, remember, the preferences between people who are sitting flat, or it's parties or groups that are sitting all flat between their candidates on first preferences. The danger there is that not all of the preferences will go to the candidate that's in front, and that the large vote for the other candidates in the group will actually dissipate towards other parties. That's what you should be looking for in Lyons results, although looking at the other totals of the parties, there's not much room for someone to really contest with the Jackie Lambie network at the moment, so there might be a seat for them there. Starting the sequence again in Bass. We've got 22 polling places there. Not quite got above 10%, and that's exactly where we left it off. So back to Braddon. Got 39 and 38, that's where we left it off. Clark. 10, that's where we left it off. Yes, that is where we left it off. Frank. 16, I believe that's where that was. And Lyons, of course, is also where it used to be. results in Dunstan is there is a new one in Dunstan. 40.8 for the Liberals. Currently, of course, the next one was going to be Kensington because it came in first preference wise. And there's a good result for the not even remotely good result for the Liberal Party. 58.2 for the Labour Party. If we look at last time's two-parent candidate referred in Kensington, it was 53.3 for the Labour Party. So that is a swing of 5% to them, which when combined with a 3% swing in Martin means that you'd have to say at this point it's getting very close to Labour outright winning Dunstan, which would be a huge gain for the Labour Party in South Australia. Anything new in here? Bass. Yes, some new results in Bass. The one we were waiting for more on, right? Yes. Seems like it will be a 3-2-1 in Bass. A 3-2-1 is 3 for the Liberal Party, 2 for Labour, 1 for the Greens. And now it's gone over 10%, I will probably call the Greens. And realistically, I will call the Liberals. Although that could be taken back. That could be taken back. Very strong emphasis on the word could there. No one's really taken off in a way that could give them any of the three large parties another quota, which would point to Jackie Lambie getting through there, because Laura Alexander, one of the members currently, is not doing well enough for her votes to particularly carry through. Braddon, 38.5 for the Liberals. That is one more polling place. It's not going to help us too much, but seems like there's definitely going to be 2 for the Labour Party there, which could be a break towards the Liberals. What I might do for a second here, given that there is time, is I will quickly put these results, I just look at them, onto blank Parliament, so we can look at how this would shape up in the Parliament of Tasmania. If I... yes, there is. I might switch to seat by seat for a moment for my benefit mostly. 10 seats for Labour, 13 for Greens. This is where the Parliament, if I switch to the Parliament mode... oh, yes, sorry, there's one last thing I need to do. I need to replace that text and say that this is not a prediction, this is ideally with colour. These are the called, ideally with size. These are the called seats. Switch over to the Parliament view now, and this is what the results that I've pulled currently look like in the Parliament. You might look at the prediction, and see that nothing in it when comparing these two. No one's particularly picked up anything relative to the prediction, although currently looks like the Independents are doing worse, and it seems like Labour and the Greens are winning off that. So if we go back to the Parliament, not from last time, from this time, if it will let me, there we go, called seats. That is where they're sitting at. Okay, so that's the state of the Parliament on the called seats right now. Whether we particularly get... So yeah, those are the called seats. Go back to the results, where now... Sorry, if we go to the seat by seat, if we look at this, these are the called seats by me right now. The Greens are looking to break into the fourth column in Franklin, which would be a very important gain for them. It would put them on 5 seats for the first time since 2010, when there used to be 25 seats, but it's less impressive now that there is a 35-seat parliament, but it's still very important. In Braddon, it looks like the Greens won't get a seat and Labour will remain on 2, which means they could get broken back, which means if the Greens get into the fourth column, thus having a, what I like to call, break, they will, our counts as 1. But by Braddon by that grouping of Labour and the Greens only getting 2 in Braddon, that actually means that they will have, what I like to call, in a tennis term, broken back, which means that 1 no longer exists because the 1 has been taken off their count by Braddon. So that's the situation there. We look at the results once again in Dunstan. Nothing has changed there except one more first preference booth in Dunstan, which is better for the Liberal Party. Whether that's used to be better for the Liberal Party is up for debate. 47. That's a 4-point drop on first preferences in Joslin for the Liberal Party. Remember, there's nothing that really... Oh, sorry. Not the right screen. Okay. This results. Joslin, here. That used to be 12%. No, that's for the Greens. That used to be 47% for the Liberal Party on first preferences. As those first preferences have come in, that is now sitting at 43%. That's a 4-point first preference swing in that area. We still haven't got any more 2-candidate preferred yet. Key point there, yet. We load Braddon again. Let's jump. 24 points. Or 24% now counted. That has gone up for the Jackie Lambie network. And it's gone down for the Liberals. I still feel certain about the 2 to Labour. The point I made earlier. Okay. Go to the called seats section there, so I can call seats if I need to. The seat I'd call in Braddon is Jackie Lambie. Will probably break into the Tasmanian Parliament for the first time. As I said earlier, at this time for certain, will break into the Tasmanian Parliament for the first time ever, adding to her 2 seats in the Federal Senate for Tasmania. So I will add that to the called seats, and you can see it if I save it. 1 seat there, not her party. A mistake that I will continually make tonight. Okay, so that's on her. Let's go into the next one, which I'll circle back to Bass for a second and look at the fact that nothing about my prediction should change there for now, although it's looking... Look what's happened here. Let's look at the party preference for votes for now. Let's ignore these other ones. Sorry, the in-party votes. And see that the Liberals are on 3 quotas. Labour's on 2. And the Greens are on 1. And that's reflected in my projection. Which means there's 1 seat left to be called there, and by far the party that is closest to being the party of that seat would have to be Jackie Lambie Network, who are 300 behind, but are 0.32 of a quota behind, but the closest full quotas once the seats have been deducted is Shooters Fishers Farmers, who have been going down and down and down as the metropolitan booths come in. There's still a lot yet to report here, and I definitely wait on it, but it's leaning towards the Jackie Lambie Network, that seat in Bass. Clark. Nothing too new there. What could happen in Clark is a second Green seat. It's not going to be a second Labour seat, but maybe a second Green seat. If we take off the seats, the leading people for the last 3 are Christy Johnson, on 0.59 of a quota. The Tasmanian Greens on 0.57, just below Christy Johnston. If you want to know where Sue Hickey is, not really in contention. Although the question is whether most of her preferences go to the Liberal Party, which we can actually check, which I will in a second, but we can check that. 0.49 would be on the last 2 seats where the Liberal Party would be sitting on. So what might happen there from here, which very much depends on the incoming results, which there's a lot, of which there is a lot. What could happen is one Christy Johnson and the Greens actually going up to 2 seats. The thing is that you can see the problem for the Greens is that a lot of their vote is sitting around Vicar Bailey, and presumably their next candidate would be Helen Burnett. But for the Liberals, it's very clear to see what their first 3 candidates are. Simon Barakis, Madeline Ogilvie, and Marcus Vermeen. So it's clear to see who would be the top 3. The problem with the Greens is that Helen Burnett is sitting 300 down from any of these candidates. So that could very much feed in, and often does feed in these sort of situations. Now let's look at Franklin. Franklin, we're on 2.62 for the Liberal Party. The Greens are holding strong. What do we got? 18 in. I'd want to get over half of the booths in, and maybe some other types of booths in. But at this point, it's getting very close to being a 2-2-2. And then we're looking for the final person who could, very emphasis on could, be David O'Byrne. But it seems like, at this point, that there's a chance that the Greens break in Franklin. Now, looking at the Lions, where there is a much more progressed count on 27%, and we've got over half of the polling places in, well, the same conundrum as last time we looked at it. 3 for the Liberals seems fair, 2 for Labour seems fair, 1 for the Greens seems fair, but 0.69 for the quotas for the Jackie Lambie network would call into question who wins the last seat there, the critical last seat that could determine who has the balance of power in the next Tasmanian Parliament. Another look at Dunstan shows that nothing new from there. So nothing too interesting happening. Let's see. Okay. Probably a good time with a lot of almost deafening lack of results. Probably a good time to point out each of the swings in each seat as... let's go to the seat by seat for 1 second and just take a second to look at where we are at. There's 1/4 seat break at this point, and that is in Braddon to the Jackie Lambie network, and there very much could be a Liberal person in the 4th seat by the end. So that's how all the seats are looking. If you give me 2 seconds, I will show you how Parliament is looking with those new results. I will, just so you know, I will put the Jackie Lambie network person, the Jackie Lambie network winner on the Labour Green side of the Parliament, because I'll just put the government, who is the Liberal Party currently, on the right side, and put everyone else stacking up on the left side until we're sure that the Liberals have lost majority government, which seems probable at this point, but we knew that from the very start of this election. And just looking through one more time, this would be Parliament under these results. There's still 7 seats or 7 positions left to fill, but at this point the opposition is the conglomerated opposition, including the crossbench, is 2 seats in front of the Liberal Party. We'd expect them to at least get 1 more seat, though. Okay, looking at the other results. No, that's not the right one, that's 2021. Oh yes, that's what I was going to do, swings. First, Bass. Bass versus Bass. Last time around in Bass, the Liberal Party got nearly 60% of the vote, which I'm not showing because I'm not on the right screen. There we go. 60% of the vote, almost. Labour on 26, and the Greens on 9. What has changed, if I go to the right tab this time, is the Liberal Party absolutely plummeted in Bass. They've gone down 23%. Now, that could be hurting because last time around they had the Premier in there, which is a very good thing when you're looking for votes for a party. Peter Gutwein was the Premier at the time, I believe, yes. Now, that's 23 points down. The Labour Party have just slightly got up to 1 point in Bass. The Greens have gone up 5, which is the more significant swing, and it means that they actually get a seat there, going to, at this point you would say, Cicely Rozol. The Jackie Lambie network has once again got a flat result here, but all of this 8.48% swing The fact that they didn't contest any seat last time is pure swing to them. Braddon. This is not as much of a swing to the Liberal Party. It's against the Liberal Party, and that's also relative. The largest of the swing, 11 points against them. However, there's also 3 points against the Labour Party at the moment, and the Greens have slightly picked up. However, the thing of note here is the 10 points for Jackie Lambie network, and so there is their seat, their lone seat at the moment, although that very much could change as we go through the night. Then we have got Clark, where everything is very flat, which is questionable because they just got some more poos in. Look, at this point, there's no one really contesting the major parties other than Christy Johnson, who seems to continue to descend. What I have to say at this point is that in Clark, it's looking like, and I'll change it to, being that the Greens will break the fourth column in Clark. They will gain a seat, fourth seat in Clark for the combination of Labour and the Greens, meaning that the situation in Clark is 2 for Labour, 2 for the Liberals, and 2 for the Greens, with the Vicar Bailey being the lead candidate for the Greens and has been elected. Ella Haddad is the lead candidate for Labour and has been elected, probably with Josh Willey. And Simon Barakis will probably be elected for the Liberal Party, and it's a race between Madeleine Ogilvie and Vermi Marcus for the second Liberal seat. As to where the other seat goes, probably Kirsty Johnston, but we can't be fully sure of that just yet, which is of course why I switched to the wrong tab. Franklin. Sorry, I forgot to do swings in Clark. In Clark, the swings, the notable swings that is, if we go to the first preferences, is 6 points down for the Liberal Party, 3 points up for the Labour Party, 5 points up for the Greens, and at the moment, that is, and at the moment, it also seems like if I go down to them, Kirsty Johnston has, at the moment, shed 4 points, and Sue Hickey is currently shed almost 5, which is where most of the swing to Labour and the Greens is theoretically coming from. Franklin. Franklin, for the Liberal Party, this is looking like 2 for the Liberal Party, 2 for the Labour Party, 2 for the Greens, and a race between David O'Byrne and Nick Street for the final seat. I would wait for it to get above 25% to call the second Green seat, however. And it's funny that I've been sort of foretelling the tale of the Greens getting 2 in Franklin for a while, and it looks like they've got first in Clark. Anyway, looking at the swings in Franklin, if we go down past the distribution of preferences, the Liberal Party have dropped 10 points. The Labour Party have jumped 8 points. No, dropped 8 points. The Greens have jumped 5 points. And of course, the new independent used to be Liberal candidate David O'Byrne has jumped all of his vote because new group, 7.83% of the vote. When he used to be, sorry, not a former Liberal, David O'Byrne, former Labour, which means we can probably estimate that he would be Labour leaning in a government formation situation. Of course, he used to be their lead candidate and former leader of the Labour Party, which means technically on the Labour leaning side there could be a break on the fourth column and a fifth seat if they're willing to form government with David O'Byrne, which would leave the Liberals maybe on only 2. But now that I've realised that it's David O'Byrne in that seat, you would have to say that the Greens are getting a second seat in Franklin on those numbers, especially given the fact that it should technically go up a bit once we get further into the electorate count, that is. Lions sitting pretty securely on 3, 2, and 1 for Liberals, Labour, and the Greens on those figures, although what we're looking at is a race between Jackie Lambie and Labour for the final seat, which is really bad for the Liberals because they would have want to have had a seat in Lions to use, but it really looks like they're not going to get it. The question will be whether the Shooters, Fishers, Farmers, People Party voters are going to preference Labour above the Jackie Lambie network. That's the question. So that's the run through of the seats, and on the updates we have gotten in the meantime there, we have 3 seats in the middle. Now, technically, if Labour were forming with the Greens and Jackie Lambie, they would be 1 seat away from government in those figures. On those seat predictions. So, if we actually go to the government former, if I quickly prepare it, that means the Greens are actually increasing to 6. Now, that could change, and I do feel uncertain about that, but that's what it looks like at the moment. And if we look at the seats in Tasmanian Parliament after this election, once it has been raised to 35 seats, you can see there, the middle seat, 1 away. And the problem for Liberals is that they are way too far off at the moment. And you'd have to say it's getting pretty close to the Liberals being taken out. Well, pretty much at this point, you could say that the Liberals have been taken out of majority government in Tasmania. So that's what I'm willing to say at the moment, that Liberals have been taken out of majority government, but we pretty much knew that throughout the entire campaign. The surprise at the moment, and definitely if it stays around, is the rise in the Green vote, getting them 2 seats in Clark and Franklin. That could drop, that could definitely drop, but that's how it is sitting at the moment. And I could be definitely more lenient in my program, but still, as you can see, once again, the problem for the Liberal Party is that 2 seats which we're looking at, have broken. Sorry, the 2 seats uncalled in Clark and Franklin would only get the Liberal Party up to 3 in those seats. And the other 2 seats, and 2 of the other seats, 5 seats that we haven't called, are in the 4th column, which means the Liberal Party would need to get a clean sweep of all these 5 seats, one of which they're probably going to get in Braddon, one of which is harder in Bass, which might go to the Jackie Lambie network, and then we have Clark, Franklin, and Lyons, where there's still very much a fight. So that's what we're looking at the moment. The question remains of who is going to form government, and it might end up being the Jackie Lambie network is in the balance of power. However, if the Greens were actually sitting on this many votes, this many seats, sorry, then if any independent gets in, which looks decently likely at this point, then this balance could be up. Then the Jackie Lambie network's balance of power could be imperfect, where the Labour and the Greens could negotiate with an independent to get back into government. Maybe David O'Byrne, if he wins his seat in Lyons, maybe some sort of agreement would bring him back into the Labour Party. Go back to main scene here. We can see there's more votes in from Dunstan, and it is over. It is well over in Dunstan. Liberal Party have dropped below 40%. As you can see, none of the first preferences look good for them. Only Kent Town, which was already a decent Liberal boost on 50.5, it's not even that's looking good, because that is a swing of 3%, over 3%. So the Liberals have lost Dunstan in South Australia. That's probably the last time we'll look at that, but we'll see some more results later on. But that is the current situation, that they have lost in Dunstan. Now, back to the Tasmanian election, and back to, on this other screen, the seats from each electorate, if it lets me see them all. There we go. Definitely how live streaming should be done. With MS Paint open on the other screen. Anyway, back to another run through of the seats. We've got many more votes in from Bass, now that I've taken some time to talk them into the count. We have gone over equilibrium with the polling places counted, and the Greens are very much going to get their 1 seat. Labour are very much going to get their 2. The Liberals are still pretty much going to get 3, and we're still... I'd want 30% of the vote to be counted before we said Jackie Lambie would get that seat. Before we said that Jackie Lambie was going to get... I'd want Jackie Lambie's vote to get above 0.7 if I was going to call that seat. So that's still in doubt. It's mostly because of my cowardice. In Braddon, the Liberals' votes have continued to go down. Jackie Lambie will probably still get a seat. Who that's going to is a complete mystery with all those candidates. But with the Liberals continuing to go down, you would think that that seat. What's interesting, and what makes me very happy not to recall the 4th seat for the Liberal Party in Braddon, is that the Greens, the Liberal Party, when you take 3 away, are just about getting close. 1-2 off the Greens. To be fair, there is not many people who are very close to preferencing the Greens. So give me a second. Although, if I don't think the Greens is going to win with the Liberal Party going down, then it very much could be Craig Garland, who is currently sitting on a 0% swing from where he was last time. Now, going through the seats once more. Maybe let's have one more look at Dunstan. Nothing has happened in Dunstan. Labour have still won Dunstan. We have Clark, next seat in the rotation. And I think some more votes been added here, 28.46. Kirsty Johnston is pretty stagnant at 0.63. The Greens are still hanging on. Yeah, with Labour and the Greens with having that sort of dynamic, then you would think that the Greens would would be 2 for Liberals, 2 for Labour, 2 for the Greens at this point. But it's very much a at this point sort of contention. But maybe Christy Johnston would be the next person there, but still up in the air. I shouldn't be looking for it downwards. I should be looking for it upwards. Next seat, Franklin. I don't think this has changed much since the last time we saw it. It should still be 2, maybe 3, 2, 2, and then conflict with David O'Byrne. The problem for the Liberal Party is they've fallen below David O'Byrne, and there's 3 strong people in the Liberal Party, but there's also David O'Byrne, who almost gets above Erica Betts at this point. In fact, on the leadership, there's Rosalie Woodruff, who has got first place on candidate first preferences. Then there's Winter Dean. Then there's Erica Betts, who's in 3rd place, really bad for the Liberal Party, in Franklin. And then David O'Byrne next. And we're still waiting for some of the more liberal-centric? No. Left-leaning boos to come in. So if that continues to drop, then it could very much be that an independent David O'Byrne gets into that position. For a second, I thought there was a 0.7 next to that number, but there was any number over there, but that was not. Next up on the list, there is Lyons, who has that vote has definitely increased since the last time we looked at it. Percentages there. John Tucker is probably not going to win. Shoes Fishers Farmers are definitely maintaining their vote, which is very interesting as a result. The Greens will be very happy that they've got that there's a coalesced candidate around in the Labour Party, and they've also got a coalesced candidate get on one quota, because otherwise their seat would be decently in danger. This seems like it's a 3-2-1. But what's in question might be that the Jackie Lambie network falls off and might not get enough preferences from the Shoes Fishers Farmers to get over Labour and the Greens. And Labour and the Greens Labour could get 3 and the Greens could get 1. That is still a possible result in Lyons. Nothing new from South Australia. No. Okay. With it being 9 o'clock, I will I will pause for a minute there, and I will keep you on this screen of the Parliament seats. And if I quickly open this, I'll leave a message. Copy the name of that message. I will be back at 9:20 p.m. to continue calling seats, and maybe at this point calling the loss of a Liberal government in the state of Tasmania, the last state owned by the Liberal Party, which would take Labor up to a clean sweep of all state and federal governments in the nation. That's still to come up. I'll see you in 20 minutes. Hello again. Back. I will now remove the... I'll be back in a second's notice. And conveniently, just as I come back, there's new results in Toucan. Oh, there's a lot of new results in Toucan Preferred. And here comes the torrent. Toucan Preferred results 53.1. It's hard to see how this would turn around. So, yeah. Once again, Labour has won the Dunstan by-election. Now, give me a second to clear up the government page. Brushes, fill tool. There we go. So, now back to Tasmanian results. Now, I might retract the green seat in the second green seat in Franklin for now. I'll go and do that on the in a second. I still think that in most likelihoods they'll win. They will win that seat. I just believe that I believe there should be a little bit of doubt on that. Now back to the cycle. First, look back at Bass. Well, this looks like a 3-2-1, and I've called it as a 3-2-1. The question will be if the Jackie Lambie Party Jackie Lambie network can get seats here, which would presumably go to Rebecca Pentland. But that's the question at hand. Now on to Braddon, where we are on 3.64 for the Liberal Party. That's definitely 3 for them. 2 for Labour. Definitely. Because there's a significant Green vote here. And I believe that's gone up since last time we looked at it. The Jackie Lambie vote. So that presumably stays as a seat for Jackie Lambie. We've just gone over 50% counted, so there's some surety to that. Most of what's left actually is pre-poll. Now looking at Clark again. 20 points for the Greens. The thing for the Greens is that they're ahead. That Helen Burnett, the second Greens candidate, is ahead of the third Labour Party candidate by 600, which is a large enough margin when combined with the margin on quotas to presume that most Labour votes will help elect a second Green. So that's why I've kept that prediction stagnant. Now, what is also interesting is if Christy Johnston will win a seat from Group E here. That, once again, I'd like to see her above 0.7 to think about calling that, and that's really not happening at the moment. We have Franklin. We got 2.62 for the Liberal Party there. Starting to look like I think I said about this seat a little second ago. The question will be whether these preferences go towards the Labour preferences go towards David O'Byrne, which will probably elect him. and that actually takes the place of another Liberal Party candidate. Really, the question is, can Labour preferences elect David O'Byrne? And you can definitely say at this point it's going to be either the Greens or David O'Byrne will get at least one seat. They could get two together, but they will get at least one seat. So I'm presuming that David O'Byrne, the former Labour leader, will probably keep on supporting Labour when it comes to forming government. You would assume that that's sort of a Labour supporting member that is in Parliament, who presumably is going to be it will be pretty hard to negotiate with for the Liberals. Now we have Lions. 3 Liberal seats in Lions seems a pretty obvious answer. 2.61 for the Labour Party, and with Tabitha Badger getting, what is that, 700 ahead? No, 900 ahead of the Labour's third place candidate, Richard Goss, sorry. Here, you would think that the Greens would be able to get a seat out of there. The question, once again, would remain to be, there's sort of like a three-way contest now between Greens, Jackie Lambie and Labour in this seat. And whoever wins out of those three will be... No, there should be a competition between... There's a competition between Jackie Lambie, the Greens, and Labour to get 2 seats. It could be that there's a Green and Labour. There could be Jackie Lambie in the Greens. But it's not really going to be a Liberal, especially when they're just 0.05 above the quota. So there's a seat that the Liberals probably won't get. Now, that means we have to look at... Once we take a quick check of Dunstan again, we have to have a look at Parliament. I save the changes here and open Parliament and make changes ID to in here before thing. So what we can probably say at this point once these two update is that these 2 final seats before 18 probably go to either Labour, the Greens, or Jackie Lambie, which means we're now certain of what we were pretty much certain of for the entirety of the election, that the Liberals aren't going to get to 18. Now then the question is, how do we form government? Now if we look at the original proposal for government formation, when I came out of this prediction here, which has turned out to be a bit too low for the Greens and a bit high for the Independents, we had Labour the need for Labour, the Greens, Jackie Lambie, and an independent. Now, 2 independents. Now, coming out of these results, and given the fact that 2 of the seats should go to either David O'Byrne, the Greens, or David O'Byrne, and Jackie Lambie, the Greens, or Labour, that means that if we have this sort of traffic light coalition between, as they would call in Germany, between the Labour Party, the Greens, and Jackie Lambie, then we can see them as a sort of coalition getting to the 18 mark. So it really, government formation, even though the Liberals are ahead, is sort of in the hands of Labour at this point. Because we know that the Greens, in most likelihood, aren't going to support the Liberal Party. And the Greens are the people who would need to support the Liberal Party if the Liberals were to get to a majority. So really, it is in Labour's hands to negotiate with the Greens and presumably Jackie Lambie to get to that magic number of 18 seats. So, if that 18 figure, if Labour is even slightly off, then with negotiating with one of these parties, or just doesn't want to really form a coalition agreement, which is not exactly an option when you have a party as strong as the Greens sitting on these government benches. Well, not government benches, but the Greens sitting on the crossbench here. You have to form a coalition. It's not going to do to form a sort of informal support and supply, which I've forgotten the name of. Call it support and supply for now. Support and supply agreement. Here you're going to have to form at least with the Greens and probably get an informal agreement with Jackie Lambie, and if he gets in, David O'Byrne. So, like I said, it's in Labour's hands. We're just looking to see what happens and what sort of situation Labour gets when they try to form a government. So that sets the scene for another round on the seats, which I need to give up, take up and zoom out so I can see seats if I'm going to call any. I can see what seats I've called. Okay, so first on the rotation again, Bass. It looks like in Bass, the Liberals have been falling a bit for a bit. And they've definitely fallen most in Bass, where they're now down over 24%, 24.5% from their last election high of 59.95 in the northern seat. Labour very clearly is going to get two, as you can see by Michelle O'Byrne and Janie Finlay being so high on this first preference figure. They're the only ones on 4 digits. And it's very clear on the Liberal first preferences that it was probably going to be Michael Ferguson and Rob Fairs as two guaranteed people. And then it'll be a jumble between the rest of the candidates to see who is going to actually take this third seat if/when they get it. Then we've got Tasmanian Greens, presumably, or not presumably, over a quota in Bass, so they will get a seat there. And 0.6 for quotas for the Jackie Lambie party, meaning that the competition for the final seat, which is still up for the 7th seat in the middle 4th column on my called seat graphic, if we just switch to it for a second, that 4th column in Bass, that's between Labour and the Jackie Lambie Nation. Now the question is, could I actually represent that? Sorry, Jackie. Happy Network. Getting a bit confused by that one. I'm not sure why. But if I go over to the seat by seat graphic, I might colour it in so it's Jackie Lambie Network or the Labour Party in this seat in Bass. Then we have Braddon, where it's slightly less clear. It seems like Jackie Lambie Network will get a seat there on nearly 0.9. The Greens won't, in all likelihoods, get a seat. And that's probably because the vote, if I go back to it, this Liberal quota will probably go up, and it has the support of Shooters, Fishers, Farmers, and presumably to an extent Craig Garland. Let's check for a second and see. This is last time, and see in this distribution of preferences where Craig Garland's votes went. Okay, so we can see as he loses almost 7,000 there, most of the vote went to the ALP. What is that? 3,400 to the ALP and almost 2,000 for the Liberals. So that might actually be an indication that in Braddon, if we go back to it, that Craig Garland might actually slightly split towards the Greens, which means Liberals would be leaning on the last little bit of the Shooters, Fishers, Farmers pie to get votes to get over Greens. And the good factor over the Greens, once again, is it's a competitive race between their first candidate and the Liberals' third candidate, which is sort of the competition here. But we're presuming that this Labour figure is stationary, which means presumably Labour can't get to the required quota there. So I might actually once again go for a split view. No, I would go for a split view on the Braddon seat between between the Greens and the Liberal Party. However, there's still Craig Garland still could technically win, so I'll keep that open-ended for not a minute, a bit more than a minute, but for a while there. Back to Clark. Clark, the Liberals aren't going to win another seat, and the Greens have gone up since I last looked. The question is, can Labour get over Christy Johnson? It's probably not going to be Sue Hickey who gets in, which means that if we're taking 2 away from the Liberal count, we're taking 2 away from the Labour count, and we're taking 2 away from the Greens, which technically makes them minus, it means probably the Independent would win that. But for now, I'll do the same thing as I did in Bass, because the Liberals on 2.15 aren't going to win that. No, I won't do the same thing as I did in Bass. I'll just leave that vacant for a minute. But just so you know, it's probably between the Independent and the Independent and the Green. Now, Franklin. The Liberals are on 263 in Franklin, and the Greens keep on falling, which means it could be 3-2-2 in Franklin, who is also competing. David O'Byrne. So it could be, I think A lot of words there. It could be a race between... It's very much a three-way in Franklin between the Liberals, the Greens, and David O'Byrne. So we're still waiting on that result there. Have Lions, which is a 3 for the Liberals, as you can see, straight on. No real opportunity for them to go up or down. However, it's good to note that there's 3,400 with their third candidate, which doesn't matter. There's 2,000 with their fourth candidate, so probably not. Labour will probably easily get 2. The Greens will closer, but the Greens will probably hold on to get or it'd be 1 in Lions, which means the final seat is sort of up in the air between Jackie Lambie and almost the Shooters Fishers Farmers, but it could very much be a situation where both the Labour and the Greens, so it gets a seat, so it ends up being 3-3-1. Okay. So that's the situation now. Well, we sort of have a final result in Bass. In Bass, it's not going to be the Liberal Party, because we're already being a little bit generous in giving them 3 here. It's not going to be the Labour Party. Not going to be the Labour Party? What am I talking about? The Labour Party is... The Labour Party's on 2.44 here, and the Greens can help them a little bit, which means, and given the fact that we're being a little bit generous with the Liberals, and the ticket for the Jackie Lambie network is pretty split, you do have to say, like I say on the called seats, that the Jackie Lambie network is a little bit closer. It's a little bit closer, but still, it's very much between Jackie Lambie network and the ALP at the moment. So, what's new? See how many polling places counted. We're still waiting on pre-polls. Now, if I was at the Liberal Party, and historically looking from people's Liberal Party reactions to not doing well in election counts, I'd say that the Liberal Party would say that there's still pre-polls, but there's only so much the pre-polls can do for them at this point. Given the fact that if we actually look with the Jackie Lambie / Labour seat in Bass, then this the Traffic Light Coalition is only one away from government. So that. If we look at probably now a good time to take one last look at Dunstan, because I believe, yes, I haven't got any declaration votes in yet, but it's still very clear that the Labour Party has won Dunstan. The most remarkable thing in my eye in Dunstan, however, or one of the more remarkable things, is that the Greens have jumped 6 points, I believe. Wait, no, I can check here. No, the Greens have jumped 9 points, which is very significant swing, and also takes 5 points from the Labour candidate, meaning that Labour isn't. Sorry. No, it takes 3 points from the Labour candidate, which means Labour isn't actually doing as well in Dunstan either, and also means that technically for next time around, this is like a semi-marginal between Labour and the Greens. Given the fact that we're probably going to see what we can do, go down here. When the Green candidate was excluded in last time, there was a 5,300 vote gap. This time, there's only a 1,300 vote gap on first preferences. So, it would, and given the fact that there's an Animal Justice Party person there, then maybe on 3 candidate preferred, it's a 4% direct margin between the Greens and the Labour Party. As in, we get the margin between the two in percentages and divide it by 2. So, that's an interesting thing to watch for the next South Australian election. Take another look around. Seats, still nothing changing there. Braddon, count's got up a little. There's no question about Jackie Lambie having a seat in Braddon. And Craig Garland is falling off. So it's very much... If there isn't any movement to Craig Garland in the first if it moves against Craig Garland in the first pre-poll, then it will probably end up being a contest between the Greens and the Liberals. If he actually gains in the first pre-poll, then that's a different story. But we're going to talk about that right now. It'll become a 3-way contest. But anyway, back to Bass. Nothing changed. Clark, nothing changed. Franklin, has anything changed in Franklin? It's very close. The thing with the Greens is that technically for the Greens, Labour could help them get over. Question will be whether Labour will help David O'Byrne more, or the Greens. But there's going to be a very interesting point where there's 8 candidates left, and it's going to be a very slim margin, and whoever gets third in this group of Liberal Party, Greens, David O'Byrne, will just barely get knocked off on this count. Now, the question is, of course, does this change with the pre-poll vote, which is still all to come in? Then we have Lions. That gap has shrunk slightly between Labour and the Greens, but as I said before, it'll probably stay as 2 for Labour, 1 for the Greens. The question will be, as I said earlier, if in the contest between Labour Green, Jackie Lambie network and the Labour Party, the question will be, in that contest, who gets third? Because whoever gets third get knocked out, and same situation as Braddon in that regard. Oh, Braddon, Clark, Franklin, confusion. Still waiting for pre-poll here. No. If we look at the polling places, yeah, that's not helpful. I thought for a second there would be polling places results in that file, but there isn't. Now, the first pre-poll booth has come in, and it's still looking like this. So I'm going to have to wait for another one to drop in lines for me to be more certain about that. But I'll quickly write myself a note. Okay. Okay. Bass. Have we got first pre-polls in Bass? We have not. We're basically only waiting for pre-poll and postal in Bass. Braddon. No new pre-polls. Nope. There's been one drop of postal votes. I don't know how that's broken up. And we're still waiting for pre-polls. Clark, has that changed? No, it hasn't. And we're still waiting for a couple of actual booths before we get into the pre-polls. Kirsty Johnston's still looking good there. And the Greens have continued to pull out their lead against Labour. Franklin. We had a pre-poll yet. We have not. We have had a mobile team who won't have got many people. 1.66, 1.64. It's very close. It's very, very close. Still not much from Franklin. And then Lyons, which is still looking the same. So I might stop for a second, just so we can wait for a little bit more results to come in. But for now, I will stay on this seat-by-seat screen. I'll see you in a minute, or multiple minutes. Hello, hello again. I was off for a bit there, so I could watch, um, watch the victory speech. It seems of Peter Gutwin, not Peter Gutwin. Person that I have, Jeremy Rockcliffe. Yes. Now I don't know why he would be claiming victory right now, because I don't see what seat he's exactly got in his equation to get to a majority in Jeremy Rockcliffe, yes, sorry, to get to a majority in the Tasmanian Parliament at the moment. Let's have one look around the votes again. Of course, all these mobile booths will be coming in very quickly, but we're still waiting for the pre-poll booths in Bath. That's brought down the green vote slightly. The mobile booths will still be a 3, a 2, 3, 2, 1, and then between Jackie Lambie and the Labour Party. In Braddon, there is still doubt between Craig Garland. Sorry, I need to switch back. There we go. There is still doubt between Craig Garland and Jackie Lambie. Craig Garland, the Greens, slightly they've fallen off a bit and probably will continue to fall off, and the Liberal Party. That might go down with the pre-polls. That would be one more seat for the Liberal Party. Then we have Clark. 2, looks like 2, 2, 2. Then we're looking for a third one, and that will probably be Christy Johnston. I don't see how she particularly misses out from here, and if we actually go and look at the Clark results from 2021, so we can see the distribution of preferences, we can find that Hickey, Johnston, well, we never really got the preferences between Sue Hickey and Christy Johnston. However, you would still think that Christy Johnston people would preference... Sorry, would Sue Hickey people would preference Christy Johnston, meaning that she would probably get one seat in Franklin. And if I do a projection as we get further into the night, if I do a projection, it will probably have it so that there's one green and one green, one independent in Clark. And we have Franklin. Where oh yeah, what I can do in Clark, I'll quickly change it over here. It's not a fully accurate representation, but it will work for now. Place here. and I'll divide it in two. If I switch to the seat by seat results screen, I'll select Labour. And the Independent. Technically, the Green seat is caught up in this as well, but those are the two for now. It all depends on pre-polls. Once again, still haven't got any of those from Clark. Anyway, going, if I actually save it, it'll show. There we go. So that's the setting in there for now. Go back, not the prediction, that's no longer fully correct. If we look at it, no, not Parliament. What am I thinking? Having a bit of decay. Nothing new there. In Dunstan, of course. Oh, yes, that's what? Franklin. Now, the one thing I've retracted this evening is a green seat in Franklin. Now that I've started this triangle system, however, what I can do is say the truth and say that it's either the Greens or Labour in that seat. I've got the math right, yeah. Which means when Labour and the Greens are counted together, there is a break there. If I find triangle, go seat by seat, triangle, I feel, no, I wouldn't do that, please. Okay. Sorry, technical difficulties with drawing a triangle. I know it's that kind of time of the night. Okay. And we fill in Labour at the top and Greens at the bottom. That's probably an accurate representation of the 4th seat in Franklin. There will be a Labour/Greens break there. As for the final seat in Franklin, it's a pretty big toss-up. Oh, sorry, I've miscategorized Franklin there. What it really is looking like is 2, 2, 4, 3 for the Liberal, 2, 2, 2, 1. So yeah, I've done that wrong in Franklin. Yeah, you probably can't categorize it with that. With that triangle in Franklin. I thought I could for a second there. No. I'm sure I should remove this top. There we go. But yeah, so that's sort of a 3-way for 2 seats between David O'Byrne, the Greens, and the Liberal Party, in which quota-wise the Liberal Party are currently behind in. But seat-wise, like first preference-wise, they're currently ahead in because the Greens. Oh no, they're currently second in because the Greens don't have anyone clearly who is their clear second after Rosalie Woodruff. So it's time for Lions, where we've clearly got 3 for the Liberal Party. There's clearly 2 for Labour, and there's pretty clear 1 for the Greens. Now, what I might categorise the final seat there as, given the fact that I've called one of the seats in for Greens, and the fact that we've had a pre-poll in, and the Green vote has not gone down enough to signify a change of hands. What I'll do is I'll do the same as Bass. This 4th seat, which is triangle for which is perfectly white for some reason. Yeah, there we go. Then fill in 1 for Labour, 1 for Jackie Lambie. Network, and there we go. Lions that's probably the best I can offer for Lions at the moment. It could be the Greens fall behind, but I wouldn't say that directly, especially given the fact that there is a clear lead candidate in the Greens, whereas there isn't in the Jackie Lambie network, and there isn't really a clear second or third candidate in Labour. So you would think the Greens would keep their seat there, which leaves the called seats part, the sort of called seat graphic, looking like this. If I now fill out the Parliament graphic with our triangles, we see that the Liberals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the Greens, maximum, not maximum, but close. Okay. Maybe bear with me for a second. I'm just making okay. So there's 3 Labour chances. From what we have here, unless I've completely fresh aired something. There is, if I can just double check Clark, 2.1. 2.1 is too low for the Liberals. So they're not going to get a seat there. And then 1 independent, which I will slightly make more grey, a softer grey than the called seats graphic. If I then save it, we have this. Just missing a little bit at the bottom, but we have this, which is the call at the moment is from me is I won't put it at the top because it's not really that sort of alliance that you would normally think of. But realistically, whoever wants to form government has to talk with either the Jackie Lambie the Jackie Lambie Nation, not the Jackie Lambie Nation, Jackie Lambie Network, or to the Greens. I don't see the Liberals talking to the Greens that often, which means that for the Liberals to get into a minority situation, then all those 3 seats in the middle would have to break to the Jackie Lambie Network or the independent Christy Johnson. And then the Liberals would have to get all the 3 seats on the other side, on this. Which I don't think they're valid for, because I think one of the seats in Franklin is probably going to go to David O'Byrne or the Greens. Well, it's definitely going to go to either David O'Byrne or the Greens, which means that I don't see where the Liberals are gaining government if they're not talking to the Jackie Lambie Network. And even if they're talking to the Jackie Lambie Network, then they could win 1 more seat in Braddon, 1 more seat in Franklin. That takes them up to here, which means they can't just talk to independents if David O'Byrne would even want to talk to them. They'd have to hope that the Jackie Lambie Network gets both of these 2 seats, or one of them, and then have an agreement with them. So there's not much wriggle room for the Liberals to really form anything out of this election. Well, anyway. It's time for another round of the polling places, the electorates. We look into Bass, there's no pre-poll voting centre yet, which means that there is nothing for us to pay attention to. Braddon, 75% counted. That means they have 1 pre-poll in the count. We have Devonport. If I switch back to here, yep, Devonport pre-poll, which means if we go to parties, that Liberals are pulling ahead in that seat. Jeremy Rockcliffe is clearly getting a lot of personal vote there, and the 3rd candidate is ahead of the Greens. The problem for getting 4th for the Liberal Party is there's no clear 4th contender. It has to flow to get to a 4th contender. It has to flow from Rockcliffe, presumably then to Felix Ellis, then to split between these 3, and then it has to join Felix Ellis, who then gets elected, most likely, or any other of the Liberal candidates, and then it has a chance to split off the ticket again, and then it has a chance again and again. So that's why it's useful for the Greens that they are still 700 ahead of the fourth Liberal candidate here. And in fact, yeah, Labour is actually got a third candidate that's ahead of the fourth Liberal candidate by 500 votes. So that's the interesting dynamic in this electorate. There's no real interesting independence because Craig Garland's very much seems to be falling off now. We have Clark. Anything new in Clark? That would require a pre-poll, and we have not got a pre-poll. I still think there's a little bit new in, a bit more in Clark. Not, I think Kirsty Johnson's gone up a little bit. Nothing to really make me doubt any of my prior lines there. Franklin. Where we have 2.67 for the Liberals. Which means we have pre-polls. We have one pre-poll, which, if I look at the empty seats, well, it's not in Franklin, it's not a competition between the Liberals and the Greens particularly. We're assuming that because David Byrne has actually gone up a bit since we last looked. It's a very confusing situation in Franklin. And it's looking like David O'Byrne and a Liberal Party, Liberal member, if I had to say something, which isn't ideal for forming government on Labour's side. But it's also not ideal for forming government on the Liberal side because that means they haven't even got to 15 yet. They still need one more in Braddon to do that. They're very much not going to get that other seat in Franklin. We have Lyons, where there's an easy 3 for the Liberal Party. There's a contest between Jackie Lambie and Labour, and the Greens will get 1. So that's that. Is there anything in pre-polls? Only one pre-poll has been added to the count, so not really. So starting to slow down a bit. And of course, nothing new in Dunstan. I don't think they're counting I don't think they're counting declaration votes if they haven't got anything in yet for Dunstan tonight. But it's still clear. Labour's still 1, etc. I guess I'm just gonna have to go off for a bit until we start getting pre-polls added to the count. Devonport, Clark, nothing new. Glenorchy? Yes, we've had a pre-poll in Clark. We've had a pre-poll in Clark. In Glenorchy that has rocked around the vote a little bit. Christy Johnston has stayed about the same, but I believe the Greens have gone down quite a significant amount. However, there's still a situation where Labour have got a first two, the Greens have got a first two, Labour has got a sort of split ticket after a very indecisive ticket after that. So I still think the Greens will get that, but that's less certain now. It's still possible that it's Greens and Labour who get in if Christy Johnston drops lower. I believe those are the same polling places in Franklin. And those are the same polling places in Lyons. I guess it's time to do one more check through of all the swings we're seeing. Swing in Bass is 22 points against the Liberal Party, 22.8 points against the Liberal Party. It is 4 points towards Labour, and it is 3 and a bit points towards the Greens. So we have Braddon. Swing against the Liberals in Braddon is 12 points. The swing against Labour is 2 points. The Greens have improved only slightly on one point. The Jackie Lambie network has, of course, gained all of their votes to 11.44% of the vote. Then we move on to Clark. Oh, yes, and before we move out of Braddon, actually, Craig Garland has actually dropped 1.2% of the vote, so he probably won't be elected, as I said earlier. And it will be a question between the Liberals and the Greens still. Technically, leaning towards the Liberals. Clark, where nothing is really new, but if we look at it, the Liberals are down 5. Labour is up 9. The Greens are almost stagnant, only improving very slightly. And that's in Clark? No, because we have Suzuki and Christy Johnston. There is a 2.9% swing against Kirsty Johnston and a 5.2% swing against Sue Hickey in the electorate of Clark. We have Franklin. Last time the Liberals got 42.26. This time around they have got 33.37. That's a 9-point swing against. The Labour Party used to have 33, and they're down to 27. The Greens are on 20, up about 1 point. The Jackie Lambie network will come in with a swing of 5% to them. And David O'Byrne is on 8.99% of the vote. Of course, all of that is swing technically. However, when he was on the ballot for the Labour Party last time, he got 7,538 first preference votes. which looks like it'll actually decrease a little bit this time, maybe. Stay about the same, almost. Then we have lions. Where the swing is just not just barely against the Liberal Party, 14% against the Liberal Party. Labour is 0.5% down. The Greens are 1.1 up? No, 2.1% up. And that's the significance. And Jackie Lambie Network have jumped into the vote with 8.19%. The Shooters, Fishers, Farmers barely changing their vote between the two elections. We're still waiting for pre-poll results. So I will pop off for a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, to wait for those to come in. I'll see you then. Eventually. Back again. Let's remove the back at. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I was watching the speech of Rosalie Woodruff, which I can't watch here because I do not have access to it. But we open the tools tab, get a bucket of hip paint, and there we go, there it goes. Let's have one last look around the divisions. Open. No, it won't, that seat won't be on my black. You look at seats. Scene. There we go. One last look at Dunstan says nothing new. No declaration votes have been counted, so there's nothing to show there. First up on the list again, Bass. There's clearly going to be 3 for the Liberal Party, there's clearly going to be 2 for Labour, and there's clearly going to be 1 for the Greens in the Greens. As I said earlier, the question is probably going to be between Jackie Lambie and Labour. It's probably Jackie Lambie. But I can't say that for full certainty right now. And there's no one further down here who's that notable other than the shooters, fishers, and farmers. We look here. If they're going to finish counting pre-polls tonight, they're taking a while. Braddon, where we have no new pre-polls. That is a shame, but I believe we have one batch of postals that has come in, to which the Liberal vote has dropped. Now, the question is, where do the Group G for Craig Garland preferences go to? It could be that they go to majorly to the Liberal Party, in which case they could get up to, which they probably will get up to, 4 seats. But there is still an outside chance for the Greens. Look, it's probably going to be 4 for the Liberals in Braddon. So that is that. Looking at the seat of Clark, there is anything new in there, which there isn't. Still on 65% of the vote counted. And that still looks like 2 for Labour as well. And still probably 2 for the Greens. It really depends on how all of this breaks up. But definitely no other seat for the Liberals in Clark. Then we have Franklin. There's 2 Liberal seats and probably a third. You know, with the new counting, it's hard to see how there isn't a third Liberal seat, especially given the fact that we have it's probable Liberal seat here, which means you have 2 probable Liberal seats. Okay, then we have Lions. where there's 3 Liberal quotas, 3 Liberal seats as well, 2 Labour quotas, 2 Labour seats as well, 1 Green, and either Jackie Lambie or the Labour Party for the final seat there. The Liberals have no chance to get final seat there. So if you look at Parliament, how it sits right now, if we say there's the 2 probable Liberal seats, then they sit on 15, and there's still 1 left to call. So it couldn't be. Yeah, because if there's 2 Liberal seats here, then that last seat is between Craig Garland and the Greens. Not Craig Garland, between David O'Byrne and the Greens, both of which are probably Labour supporters. So we get up to 15 on the Liberal side, which means that to form government, they have to talk with the Jackie Lambie network, which is going to be a very tricky situation. I don't know why the Jeremy Rockcliffe decided to go into negotiations saying that he is one, because I don't think that will be a particularly appealing deal to the Jackie Lambie network's negotiators, that Liberals have won and they have lost. And also, it's good to note that there's also a slim chance that Labour and the Greens manage to form a majority themselves. But the balance of power person or group in the negotiations will probably be the Jackie Lambie network. So it's all the result of this election really hangs in what happens at the negotiating table. Of course, if nothing happens, then we might have a situation where, for the first time in Australian history, I believe, there are 2 elections in the same year, because if the Liberals can't negotiate and the Labour can't negotiate, and there's no fixed terms, well, then another election has to be called. So we might actually be back here in November if this Parliament comes out how it is. So it is 11 o'clock. That is where I will call it for the night. Thank you for watching.